Now, let's see if this is working. Oh my god. Oh wow, okay. It actually hasn't been that long. Usually the next time I stream, it's like a year later. But we're improving, and hopefully, I make this into a regular thing. I have tea here. I'm just gonna take some sips of it. It is very hot. I haven't drank much of it. Still very hot. I'm not taking any of that. And it looks like it's all going smooth for the most part. Everything is running as it should. Everything is working. Surprisingly, everything's alive. I'm not used to that. My audio might need to be adjusted slightly just cause I always talk soft. Yeah, no, it's as high as it could go. I just need to not be like this. Okay, so let's lower the music down just a little bit. I have a bunch of new music now because they did another sale for $10. So I don't have to go completely insane listening to the same 80 songs. Now it's the same 160. An improvement. I still haven't fixed my chat box. It's still got to show only Twitch, but you know, that's fine. We'll live with that. Alright. Before I actually bring up my drawing screen, I'm just gonna import something to... Okay, so it doesn't really come up, so that's good. Okay, that should work out. Alright, let's just get on in then. Yay! I don't, even though I literally just posted, I don't remember if I've said this outright, but I am working on game asset stuff, and more specifically, dialogue sprites during the more visual novel segments, because I don't like how they look in our current demo at all. And since we have the pre-launch up right now, I haven't made an official announcement of it, but the pre-launch is technically up for the Kickstarter. I kind of want to use this opportunity to just show off what other things I do around here. So first off, I just want to rasterize this because I'm pretty... We could have it go all the way and it'd be fine. This is the dialogue box I have, or at least we have for the game so far. Will it ever be changed in the future? Probably. I'm a little nervous about the way, because it's not a neutral color, how if it will stand out, if it will actually mix with everything, but so far it's been fine. So far it's been fine, and I'm just gonna... Okay. Also, I'm just So the reason why I'm actually like redoing the sprites mainly is because so far the way I've done them is the most inefficient way to do them. Incredibly inefficient and would be very slow to actually do like a full render of, which in the demo right now are not fully rendered, even though the rendering style I picked is meant to do that, but it does not. I want to kind of outline this. Where's my outline? There it is. Yeah, just on the border is fine, because I want to expand this. Actually, no, wait, no, I don't want that. I want size. So we want to go bigger than what would actually be seen. So let's how much bigger do we want? We don't really do anything crazy with the sprite, so it doesn't need to be that much bigger. But I do want at least like enough buffer room to do some funky things with the sprites. Alright, let's see. No, we don't need to change the width. We don't need to, wait, no, reset. We don't actually need to change the width at all. But the heights. Let's bring you up let's bring you to about that. That should give us a pretty good amount of buffer room. Right, and I got some tutorials up here, just, you know, because other people, I've never actually done, I'm an animatic artist. I've never done, like, visual novel sprite stuff, at least not to, like, a wholly professional degree. So I'm not the most technically experienced. So we're learning things. We're gonna be learning so much, guys. It's gonna be a good time. Okay, so we're gonna start with our main girl, Addie. I know on the stream you actually can't see my references off to the side, but do not worry, you will see her eventually over time. I almost did animated sprites myself, never came to be though. Also, hi! Wasn't expected to see you on my YouTube. I am on the YouTube. I stream to so many places now, dude. Your chat stuff from YouTube did not pop up on my stream. It's only Twitch right now. I have not figured out how to get like a multi-chat thing going. But welcome. I'm around. Animated sprites are a whole other thing. Animated sprites, I think I can do. I know what I'm doing for those, but if it's like visual novel, dialogue, sprite stuff, it's new territory for me. It's new territory for me. We're learning, and I'm looking at tutorials to see if there's anything useful. I know actually recently, Dan Salvato, so that's the person who made Doki Doki Literature Club, he actually recently explained that the way they did the sprites was that like it's like it was so basically it was their sprites were split into like 3 parts. It was the head, and then it was like symmetrical. Well, not like fully symmetrical, but basically they split it in the middle where you have like the left side and the right side. So they would basically only have like 3 sprites to switch between if they want to like change the arms or the face or whatever. And I was like, that is smart. I can't really do that with the designs I have made. Like I think that works really well for like Doki Doki Literature Club, where like they're basically all wearing like the school uniform, so it all kind of splits in the middle the same way. I can't quite do that. Realized I mistyped. I meant VN sprites. Yeah. Animated sprites are very different. Some visual novel sprites are animated, and they use like Live 2D or like Spine or whatever, and that they're like cool. I want to learn Spine mostly because there's definitely a character in the game that would do a lot better if animated in Spine, but I haven't learned that yet. Don't mind me, I am continuing to read this little tutorial to see if it's got any info that might help me. Sort of a little bit. I'm gonna find more. Okay, yeah, for the most part, everyone kind of like splits it apart. Yeah, split into parts, split into layers. I think I got where I want to begin. So I've done like, we have like the demo in progress right now, so I've already got a lot of this done. But I don't like the way they turned out at all. So we're gonna simplify. First, let's actually get a let's kind of get like the standard body pose. Because while like actually going through the files for the game, I realized that I'm like, okay, actually a lot of these could be reused or changed to fit better. And also I recently started playing a couple more games that have like those visual novel elements, and I'm like, you know, efficiency is the name of the game with a visual novel. And I'm an animator, so I should understand that. Animation is also, its name is also efficiency. Now for some reason, I always feel like I never can get half bodies right without like drawing in the entire like figure and then I cut it from there. I don't know why if I don't do that, everything looks whack. up. Where the heck? This is a rough. This is about right for her. Let's just refine this a little bit so I have more to go off of. A creature has entered the room. There is now a Tammy. So if we hear sudden barking, it's because there's a Tammy in here now. Tammy, yes, the Tammy is here. Tammy has arrived. Is a resident big girl protagonist, so has to be brown. We almost got a jazz, so we almost got all of the creatures in this house concentrated into this room. Okay, so this is kind of our base body right here. That's kind of the neutral standing. Hope you've been doing alright though. Me and Valphone got hit with a tired after being in the comics cave. I mean, I bet. I mean, that's basically what I was whenever I finished any of my other projects, like animatics or even pieces of this game. I haven't taken a proper look at it, but the bits I've seen, y'all cooked for real. And the tea is finally cool enough for me to drink. Yippee. Hey, honey, what's up? Hanging out? I usually ended up doing way more general poses. I think the only other one I really want, at least in the demo, is the lean. I do like the lean poses I did. And when I say lean, I mean like leaning over. Yeah, we've been cooking. We got one comic up for months, and one almost ready for next month. Wow, wait, no, is this like a monthly thing then? Like, is it basically like you guys have like scheduled something to be able to like release something on a regular schedule? Because if so, that's awesome. I've always started things like that and never happened, such as me streaming. Wait until like a month later where like I don't do this anymore. I hope not though. I hope we'll be fine. That's the plan right now, yeah. Wow! Good luck, you guys. I hope you guys actually, like, keep up. Cause there'd be much reward for people who can, in fact, keep to a schedule like that. Speaking of me saying that, I do actually need to do that for Pirouette Princess, because we have like we have the Kickstarter Pre-Launch that's up right now. If you're on the YouTube, it's linked in the description. It should be, except YouTube has like the stupid thing right now where like it doesn't actually make it into a link unless you're verified, and I'm not gonna let YouTube do that to me. But basically, once it comes down to like actually getting ready for the release, I have to, I'm gonna need to do things on an actual schedule because the algorithm likes that, and I'm like, oh no. I don't want to do that, but I have to in order to make this actually work. Because if it doesn't happen, and this game doesn't happen, and I want the game to happen, because I like it, and I want to finish it. I want to see it finished and completed in its greatest glory. game I've seen too, especially when I saw the like boost you had for the demo. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I tried so hard. I tried so hard. Like, our programmer lives in Nova Scotia, which is basically the complete opposite side of Canada, my world, of me. And then, my other friend, sometimes she can come along, because she did the background art stuff. Sometimes she can come along, but often, a lot of the events I end up bringing this to is, like, out of the blue, or, like, they got a whole thing going on with, like, how many people arrive. AKA, I would need to buy, like, extra tickets or whatever. So, the majority of, like, in-person demo stuff is done by me. Thank you, Stella, for covering for me whenever it's possible, though. Otherwise, I would be dead. And I think our demo is basically at, like, a decent point. Or at least it's, like, getting there. I should probably... I'm gonna duplicate this, and I'm gonna have just the head be a separate sketch I can move around so that I actually have a reference point. I've been also, the latest version of the demo that we have right now, we got like really good feedback, and we haven't really gotten much in the way of like improvements. So I think we got it. I think we got what we need. Because every other event I go to, like someone or at least a couple would be like, oh, maybe you should adjust this, or maybe you can change this, and most of those have been perfectly valid, and I'm like, okay, is there a way we can actually do that? But now I think we're at a point, it's like just polish, figuring out how the hell to do this. Yeah. In a sense, I don't know. I actually need to like go up to Chris and be all like, "Hey, how we feeling on like the actual coding side?" Because if coding side's feeling pretty okay, then it basically means it's just all up to me to do any like visual revisions, which is a lot of pressure. I can do it, but it's a lot of pressure. So I'm glad people seem to be liking the characters introduced so far. Which is mainly just Adi herself, Mel, our first boss, and our little mascot. But I'm glad people seem to be liking them. My favorite thing so far is when people play the demo and they meet Mel the rabbit, and everyone's like, oh, this one this one's an asshole. And I'm like, yeah, you get it. And they're like, I love them. And I'm like, thanks. I'm glad you do. This one isn't nice. We're gonna enjoy beating her at her own game. And I'm like, yeah, go get her. Go get her, teach her a lesson, and then maybe become friends, who knows. Jackass Jackrabbit. Amazing. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing any of her sprites today, but we'll find out where I end up. But I do wanna. I don't know if I want to fully redo her the same way I'm doing for Adi, just cause I honestly think Mel's sprites at base look really good. I think I cooked with her dialogue sprites. There's still some weird things, like how it gets cut off at the top. Like her ears are cut off, and I'm like, her sprites should not have the ears cut off, even if in game they would be. That bothers me. But otherwise, posing in the kind of amount of poses she has is perfectly reasonable. At least I think it's perfectly reasonable. There was one really funny interaction where someone's like, oh, hot rabbit! And they're talking to her in the dev and they're like, oh, mean hot rabbit. I'm okay with that. And I'm like, I found... People always talk about oh, who's your audience for your game? People always talk about that. And you have to cater to the audience you're hoping to get. And I'm like, that one. That one right there. That person. That's the people we want. I want my fellow gay people here in this game. Except I don't know how well that works on a funding form to say I want gay people. Or even on a Kickstarter, who's your audience? I need my fellow queer people. That is who this game needs to appeal to. And if we don't, we have failed. Doesn't matter how good the rest of the game is. I would not accept it as a win. We need more gay people on this now! The pre-launch is up! Follow the pre-launch on the Kickstarter! Follow it so you could be one of the first to pledge and get the early bird prices for the game. Get the early bird prizes for the game and maybe some other extra stuff, who knows? We'll talk more about it as it gets closer to the date. I hope the game looks obviously meant for the queers, because literally every boss, except for our final one, is is a girl, and girl in many different ways. Okay, go to get dinner. Hope this goes well. Talk to you later. Yeah, I'll be around. Go get food. Enjoy your food. Alright, an interesting thing has happened around here. This part of Canada doesn't do daylight savings anymore. That's it. That's the end of the time shifts. There's no more time shifts, everyone. And that's gonna be weird. Alright for me, it means that like my schedule isn't gonna suddenly weirdly change or something. But still, it's gonna be an interesting time. I saw a couple people being like, you can just do that? And I'm like, of course you can just do that. We're the ones who invented time. We could do whatever we want with it. Time is a fact of nature, but how we measure it, completely made up by us. I think I saw one local say time is a soup, and I'm like, I agree, time is in fact a soup. One question, do you think ball gown art is okay? So Evie family, welcome to the chat. What do you mean by ball gown art? Do you think just drawing ball gown outfits in general? Cause I mean, I've seen people do some like crazy stuff with ball gowns, like even manipulating people into drawing requests for them. Interesting. Really? Is that's a thing? I mean, I've seen like the specific weird scam where people are like, oh, like you like my art? You can commission me here. But they're like directly in your DMs about it. And often in conjunction with you being like, oh, I have my commissions open, and they come in and they're all like, I have commissions, please commission me. And I'm like, that's weird. What you're doing is weird. I know those ones. I know those people. I know those people, and I think they're weird. And also probably not people, and in fact are bots. There are a bunch of people who likes ball gowns from different cartoons, anime, video games, etc. Huh. I mean, that I can get. I actually was requested to draw Yoru from Spy X Family in like kind of like a big Victorian dress for one of the Palace for Palestine's drawings. I enjoyed that. That was fun. But like that's the thing, like ball gowns themselves, they're super pretty. They're really detailed, and I envy anyone who can actually like do a good design of them. I'm not good at that. I'm an animator. Detailed stuff I tend to struggle with. I do my best, but when you tend to think of cartoon ball gowns, think of like Disney. Yeah, I know. Like that's like my own first thought of. I mean, you think of like Cinderella. Cinderella, I think, is like the ball gown. Like either Cinderella or Belle from Beauty and the Beast. Those are like the iconic ones. keep the head in the same place would probably be best. Okay. Think of Alice in Wonderland when it comes to paraskirting. I'm assuming you're talking about basically kind of like where like the skirt kind of like fans out. Oh yeah, because you're basically using like parachuting, right? Yeah. So it's but there are some users on YouTube who make video of petticoats, hoop skirts, and crinolines visibly being shown on paraskirting. Yeah. I've seen people on Reddit talk about ball gowns apparently being fetishized. I mean, here's the thing. Literally anything will be fetishized. Like anything. Gloves are like, even before the times of the internet, gloves themselves are like a very popular like kind of like fetish apparel, fetish accessory. You can see my character wearing like the harness. That's usually very heavily associated with like the bondage scene, even though I don't participate at all. I'm not interested in participating. So yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, draw whatever the hell you want. There's always gonna be weirdos. To a degree, I think you kind of should draw for the weirdos. So the weirdo you need to like care for the most is yourself. But if someone is being really weird to you about it, block them. If you don't like what they're doing, you get them out of there. Okay, do I want any other body poses? I think we can start with this. Alright. Okay, so we would need to do like different arms. Face would be okay, so let's start with the face. So we got head, body. Yeah, I think we can get like a pretty good amount of stuff for these. Alright. Let's start with the head, since that's kind of our face. Also, I feel like I can't really say much to all that, considering the main character for the game I'm working on, Pirouette Princess. Like, she was specifically designed with a skirt, so that like she could have like that really nice like spinning fan out look when she uses her attacks and all that. And I really like those. I do really like the look of just like the skirt just spinning out. I don't wear skirts or dresses, but like the very rare occasions that I'm forced to, it is very nice. It also just feels very nice to spin in them, and I think we all should enjoy that part of life. Everyone should experience doing that at least once. Yum, 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 yum. eyes will need to be their own thing, but let's get the kind of base in there so we know what we're working off of. Base of the mouse. And then the bow kind of has its own life of its own. So there was this one user who tried to get artists to draw characters in all caps for like even art. Had a weird obsession, yeah. What I find really weird is that he has playlists of real life people, even kids wearing food costumes. Yeah, no, that's once you actually get like real people involved, it gets weird. Music at Tits can't hear you clearly. I'm afraid to say that that's also just how I talk really soft normally. But I can lower it down. I hope this sounds a little more manageable. Hello, would-be heroes, I'm here. Welcome. But yeah, no, once you get like real people involved, they like that's when you kind of have to be like, better. Hey, okay, awesome. Okay, the bow has its own expressions going on, so we're making sure they have an actual thing. I'm half lurking while at work. I mean, don't we all? I feel like that's kind of the point of a live stream. People also talk about another person asking people to send cosplays or skirts like poofs up like a cupcake. I mean, yeah, no, you always get weirdos around who take something a little too far and a little too public. Okay. You know what? I think I actually do a lot better seeing like a full body version of the Sprite. Even if it technically does take more work, but I get a better idea of how everything should be proportioned so it doesn't look as broken. So we're actually gonna work on this for now. If I get to line art, that's when we can finalize the size and all that. Alright, so that's the head. If he was separated out into eyes, mouth, eyebrows, the bow needs to be its own thing. Yum yum yum, I'm almost out of tea. Yeah, and then the head does a good, decent job. Okay, so now I think I actually want to get into just getting the arms in place. So you got left arm, right arm. The arm away from us is gonna pose to be a little bit of an issue eventually. But let's do. I'm gonna go for now. Bye bye, Evie! Enjoy your day, Evie! The day is young. A little too young, maybe, but oh well, here we are. Okay, so what arms do we want? We want some neutral arms. Definitely. So it's kind of just like arms in a fist. Yum 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 yum. Okay, and then I think we technically do want this longer, because the wrist typically starts and ends about there. Yeah. So if you just get a general idea of actually, you probably wouldn't bend out like that if you're in a direction. What's probably most comfortable is more like that, but that starts to look really weird. It's probably why I'm not actually going to be drawing that arm in neutral view. But this is just for reference's sake, so that I know what it should look like. Okay, so what other arms do we want? I know I like to have her actual default pose to be kind of like, you know, like the arms out, the cute pose. Cute character gets cute pose. I don't know what else to tell you. Relax the shoulders a little more. cute pose for a cute girl. And I know I had a version of her where she's like really tensed up. So that's like, and I do like the pose of being kind of tensed up. I wish there were more, even though I was like looking around, I wish there was more tutorials on what kinds of sprites you want to do for a visual novel, or like visual novel style stuff, or like visual novel sprites and all that. Cause I can always find a lot about like, oh yeah, like make sure your file size is like this, and make sure like you split them up like this, and I'm like, that makes sense. Now, what kinds of sprites and how many do you think I should have? And there is no answer. No one has a good answer. You for real just need to figure it out apparently, and I'm like, dang. Do I need to be the resource? Do I need to make the list of like types of sprites you should have in a visual novel? It might have to be my job. Granted, I'm pretty sure like the most useful would be to have more like a library of like, oh, here's how to describe like these emotions or these types of poses. See what the hell you need. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, I'm just gonna open okay, what are the sprites I have right now? I'm just gonna look through that file. Yeah, I'd like a thinking one. I think a thinking one would be good. Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for. All right. So when she's thinking, how does she think? Does she think? Does Addie have brain cells? This is the question we're gonna answer today. And I think she does. I feel like a lot of people would think she doesn't, but she is in fact very, she is decently, probably not like genius, but she's like, you know, average intelligence, way more emotionally intelligent. She prefers to avoid conflict. So, like, her smarts kind of tends to lean more towards, hey, how can I do this without having to hurt anybody and without me getting hurt? So, she's gonna be kind of on the insightful side. I don't think she's gonna do the kind of dainty style of thinking. I think that's a different character. I don't think she's going to do that. I think she's gonna go for more kind of, okay, I got something in my brain. You can't see me, myself. I am kind of posing while I talk about this, just to get I like getting the physical feeling of a character. So, wait, do I want more like a from the front or like from the side? Actually, how does it look if we do it from the side? So So this is basically like fist balled up. And then you would have basically like the elbow leaning or either holding. There's a I guess holding would be a little more comfortable. I don't know how that's gonna look though. She is big gal. She is not gonna follow the same logic as thinner characters when it comes to arms that come around her front. It's gonna look different, and we need to get a little more creative about this. So I think what happens is that we lean her over more, at least lean these pieces more, so that, yeah. Yeah, and it kind of ends up becoming a little more like that. And bring this down a little more, because I don't want to hide her face. I don't want to hide her face. Yeah, then it ends up kind of okay, we're getting somewhere. Gonna curve around the elbow. All right. Do-do-do. Okay, yeah, I'd say that looks fine. So you kind of got like neutral, her actual neutral, the tense, the inquisitive. I feel like I'm saying archetypes, but I guess that is technically true. There was one specific pose I did in the Sprites that I do still want to keep for her, which is kind of like when she's a little more doubtful, she kind of like has her arm hanging down and she like grabs it. I do want one arm pose that kind of has her closed off like that. Girl needs more confidence. That's part of her arc. Okay. for right now with this pose? I don't think so. Actually, no. There's another set of arms I really like on her, and that's the kind of, I guess cheering? Here's the thing. In Japanese, you would kind of call this arm style as like the gambare, which is, you know, like good luck or like do your best. So this is kind of like the do your best pose. I guess encouraging? Is that what you would say in English? But it's also kind of interpreted as like the fight on. I need to get used to switching between English and Japanese because I'm gonna have to start doing a lot of that around here. For anyone who's listening in and you can get the secrets, I will very soon be starting to do some drawing streams with my mom on this channel, cause my mom wants to kind of get into streaming, and she's an artist. Well, sort of. She's more gamer. She kind of wants to stream some like Skyrim mod stuff, but she has no idea where to start. She's never done this before, so I'm over here like, hey, I can help you out. I can help you kind of get into the swing of it. So I got her, you know, a mic set and all that, so I'm hoping we get to do some fun times together. Mom is worried about whether people will like her art because her art, in her words, is like very old-fashioned. Basically think like 70s, 80s manga style, which is where, like, you know, that's her era. And I'm over here like, dude, just don't worry about it. People love that look. Don't worry about it. People will like it. People will like it so much. So when she's around, you guys better be encouraging to her. You guys better say that you love her art. I mean, you could do helpful critiques. We also accept that, but you should also say that you love her art. Bring her to WBH, you can find a game. Here's the thing. I have... Okay, so she actually plays Baldur's Gate 3. So she's become... I think she's right now playing Baldur's Gate 3, like, as we speak. I think. But I have for my family, I have actually run, like, a really short, like, D&D campaign for my family before. I have done that, and it was great. It was great fun. However, here's the thing about would-be heroes. You know, we mostly do face cam, right? My mom does not like showing her face. It's generally a very Japanese thing. If you hang around kind of like on the Japanese side of internet, you will find that, like, Japanese people online tend to be way more secretive about, like, all their like, there's a reason why the VTubers kind of became popular, became a thing, and also why if you watch, like, Japanese Let's Plays, you don't ever really see face cam. At least I don't. I watch a couple of them, and all of them don't do face cam. So as a VTuber too, I need to remember who that is, but I do know that there are VTubing people in there, and I'm like, y'all are cool. But basically what I'm saying is that, like, at least with Would-Be Hero's current setup, my mom would not be the most comfortable with it, just cause it's not aligned as well, culturally speaking. If we don't mind a different format, maybe. But also, she does not have... she has barely enough English. She has enough English to get by. But she often needs me to translate or just say things slower because she can't catch all of it. So, V2s are 100% fine. Awesome. We actually did get, my friend did actually offer to do a PNG tube for my mom, and we have it, and I like it, and I'm so excited to show it. But anyway, what I'm saying is that, like, my mom is at least somewhat familiar with D&D because I played D&D with her, and she is playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. So, you know, potentially something we could put on the card. We'll have to see how she. I think we gotta start small. She's never streamed anything at all before, and I think role playing right off the bat would be scary. At least it would have been scary for me. It's so scary for me. So we'll see what the future holds for us. Why is this specific arm driving me up the wall? What problems am I having with this? Okay, I know what problems I'm having with it. It's because I'm not that happy with the silhouette. I'm very, very about clear silhouette. In this pose, usually... What about cultural Japanese stylized game? Do you want to play some Japanese Call of Cthulhu? Dude, okay, no, actually, I'm gonna go off about Japanese Call of Cthulhu because it's been on my mind for a while now. Okay, so here's the thing. The most popular foreign tabletop game in Japan is Call of Cthulhu. And when I went to Japan a couple weeks ago, I made sure to check this. And yes, when I found the tabletop section in a store, it was mostly Call of Cthulhu. And also like certain modules, certain rule sets. I am now pretty aware of why Japanese Call of Cthulhu. There's a reason why I specify Japanese Call of Cthulhu, because Call of Cthulhu in Japan has like its own entire different. Is fandom the word was the word I'm looking for? I don't know, but like basically it's different. It's different. The culture behind it is different. I can show the art that people do for their Japanese Call of Cthulhu games. It's insane. Like there's such a specific look and aesthetic. But I do. Sorry, I'm trying to talk and do things at the same time, and I'm failing. I'm failing really bad. Brain. Alright, so the main difference between, I guess, like, what you, like, the Call of Cthulhu games I'm most familiar with when it comes to, like, the Western audience, or, like, Western players, and Japanese players, is, one, the timeline. Call of Cthulhu, classically, is, like, 50s America. Or at least old-fashioned. Sometimes older, sometimes a little bit newer. I think the newest era I've seen is like 80s. That's about it. But Japanese Call of Cthulhu, very modern. Very modern. The fashion that these characters wear, very modern. 20s to 30s. Yeah, 20s to 30s is kind of, and that would be I don't know, the game that I was in was, I think, 1900s, like right there, 1900s. But like, that's classic. Japan does not care about that. Japan is like, hey, we love horror. We love Cthulhu. We love Cthulhu mythos. And we love our general sense of storytelling, which is, we would most recognize as anime. How about we just do that? And they do. and I love it. The aesthetic sense they have for their characters and world are so much more aligned with my own. It's crazy. Hence, I'm over here like, hey Japanese players, can you let me in on your Call of Cthulhu game so I can see what's up? But also, I'm bad at Japanese. I only have like conversation level Japanese. Will you accept me? Let me play in your games. When I was looking in like the stores, little retro board game store in Japan while I was there, there was a rule set for modern Call of Cthulhu. I'm pretty sure there is like the English version of it because I kind of recognize like its cover page. I don't remember the exact name. But I'm like, oh, so this is the kind of rule set you guys are following. All right. So there's that. And also just other difference would be, yeah, we all know Japanese horror, right? And how it's frightening and scary. Yeah, you're leaning a little more into Japanese style of horror. I actually did, like, one of my friends did actually DM a translated module that's apparently like a pretty popular like starter module for players in Japan. And it's called The Poisoned Soup. And that was the first time that I've ever been kind of legitimately unnerved by a tabletop game. Like, I was in there playing it and being like, I hate this. I love it, because it's kind of the point, but I'm like, I hate this. No games so far that I've been in have been able to kind of make me feel that same kind of dread. Like an actual horror dread. Even though that module, it's a module you can complete in 1 hour. It's 1 hour long. And I know it's 1 hour because the whole point of the module is that, like, hey, you only have an hour. You only have an hour to get out of this room. And, that room is basically the only room. It's that and, like, 4 other rooms. There are, like, 5 rooms in total in this module. And you just have to get out. That was a time. I was like freaked out. I was like, no. Of course, kudos to my DM for being able to like successfully get that across. But like, yeah. Anyway, there's that, and also modules I found called, how to eat a taiyaki. That's one of the modules that I found in Japanese. And there's Penguin Bartender, that's also a module I found. So what I'm saying is there's like a big mix of people being like, oh, true horror, and also, so this module is about how you eat a pizza. Do you eat the pizza from the pointy end or from the crust? And how cursed is that? That's the module. That's basically the module. So anyway, I'd love to run a Japanese Call of Cthulhu. I'd love to do it. Granted, in general, when I have time, I would love to try and like actually translate some of those modules. Roll it up like a calzone. Take 1d6 sanity. Hits. Okay, for real though, there is a Call of Cthulhu game I kind of want to run that is kind of in like Japanese Call of Cthulhu style. That I would love to run, but I don't know if I actually want to, because I've been playing around with the idea of like doing it as like just like a visual novel game, like a point and click adventure instead, because of the story I want to tell. But at the same time, I'm like, I kind of want to see what happens when players get involved in a setting and story like this. Damn, do it. I'll say more details in the chat. So that's kind of where I'm at, where I'm like, I kind of want to see how people would react to this setting and how they would play into this setting. But at the same time, I'm like, do I want to? I'm very much a person who's like, I write my stories according to its medium, because I think the best stories are done in the medium that suits them best. And I keep that in mind for tabletop stuff too, because I'm like, I think this style of story would fit better in a tabletop setting, because like player choice is more interesting than if I just wrote it. You know, things like that. But like, if people are interested, like I have said it before, I'll do it soon, where like I actually pitch it to people. There is a map. There is technically a map. I made maps, and there's also the NPCs. Those are technically done. Technically it is done. And also have my opener. My opener is also written. It has been written. So I could. For a tabletop game, as long as you have like your NPCs and your opener, you're pretty good to go, right? Like, I feel like you're pretty good to go. And then the rest just comes with the players. So yeah, I'll bring it up in chat. I don't have art for any of it yet, but like the basics are there. The basics are there and ready. Okay, my dog did not run away yet. I guarantee we can find players. I know there already is a Call of Cthulhu game being run right now, right? Or at least there was one. Or at least a couple. John, I bet would be a solid yes. I mean, I'd be happy to. I should probably also warn that, like, while I've done streaming tabletops before, and now, after this weekend, I've done in-person convention tabletops for a bunch of strangers. I've never done like a long play stream before. I've only done one shot so far. So I'll be rusty on that front, but like I can learn. It's on hiatus, some player schedules weren't working. Makes sense. I was wondering, because I was like, I feel like I haven't seen anyone really talk about the Call of Cthulhu game for a while. Okay, that explains it. I have not been keeping track of what was happening in, like, the games that I'm not in. Mostly just straight up because I'm over here like, I know I don't have time. So I'm just gonna focus on, like, my work right now instead. But, like, I got you. Like, we can figure something out. And I hope it to be scary. Also, in general, I think it would just... It's something I kind of wanted to do on my side, where I ran just, like, one-shots or, like, really short games on, like, systems or modules. And I think... And I'm like, I do really want, like, people to be more aware of, like, the cultural differences in like the kind of stories that are done with like Japanese Call of Cthulhu. Actually, I should also say that there's also a lot of free assets that Japanese people made for Call of Cthulhu streaming. I have downloaded a couple. Some of them are music. I can send it over to people if they want it. It's very cool, and also it was free. I could just send a link. Okay, actually, if I send the link, you guys will have no idea what's written because it's all in Japanese. I need to translate for you guys. Want? Yeah, no, I got you. There's even a bunch of people who made like special text for crit fails and crit successes where it's all like fancy text. And I'm like, that's funny. I don't know how you set this up in stream, but I find it really funny. But yeah. So, what was I saying? I was talking about assets. I was talking about Call of Cthulhu. I was talking about Japanese people. I thought I was gonna say something. Oh, right. I was talking about like how like, oh yeah, I think it would be fun, at least on my end, to do kind of like just like a series where it's like, hey, we're gonna learn about how this other group of people play tabletop games. Welcome to the Poison Soup. I should at least run Poison Soup for you guys. Cause it's like, can we do that for like Halloween or something? Just I go like, hey, welcome to Poison Soup. Cause again, it's just an hour. It's a module that's only an hour. Once it's Halloween time, you call me up and go like, welcome to Poison Soup. There's a bowl. Literally, the opening of the module is you're in a room with a bunch of other people, and there's like 4 doors, and there is a lone table in the center that has a bowl of warm red soup, and you find a note that says, you must drink the soup. You must drink the poison soup to leave. And that's it. That's it. That's the opening. And then it's just like, okay guys, you have an hour before he comes to collect you. Have fun. Drink the soup. It's not a spoiler. It is literally the first sentences you say. There is soup. And it is poisoned. Drink it. That's the module. I'm not gonna tell you guys how it goes after you drink the soup. Or what happens if you don't drink the soup. Or if there are tricks to the soup. I also just like saying soup. It's a fun word. There's also a different one that I haven't run, but it's also apparently like a popular module. I haven't been a player in it or run it. What was it called again? It was a mountain. It was a mountain climbing one. You're all like mountain climbers. And you're climbing this mountain. And bad things happen. It's called Cthulhu. So I'm assuming Cthulhu related things happen. But yeah. I don't know. I literally don't know anything else besides that. You're climbing a mountain. It feels and looks very like Fault of God dang, what was the name of that Junji Ito comic? That manga that he did? Where it's like, there's like the holes in the mountain. And I read it, and I was like, wow, this is creepy. I get why people reference this all the dang time. I'm like, I get the feeling it's gonna be kinda like that. The real Cthulhu is the friends you made along the way. I mean, look, sometimes... I don't know what to tell you this. People have made... Like, on these, like, Japanese websites dedicated to, like, downloading, like, modules or whatever. There are people who have made a Fate, like, Fate Stay Night, you know, that series, Fate? Fate Grand Order? A Fate game in Call of Cthulhu. They made that. That's a thing. And then when I look up, like, have people made, like, Call of Cthulhu modules for, like, other, like, franchises? And the answer is yes. And I'm like, I don't know how that works. It looks like they made specialized rules. It's like an entire tournament arc. I don't know how this works. Also, why did you do this? Which I guess that makes me realize that in Japan, Call of Cthulhu is our D&D 5e. In that, that's the only thing people play. And when they want to play something else, they make like a D&D 5e version of it. I'm realizing as I speak right now, that's what's happening. That is Japan's version. Everything is Call of Cthulhu. I cracked the code. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you find one system and you latch onto it forever, even if it doesn't properly fit. Do you think you should add a big skirt? Are you talking to this character? She already has a big skirt. Edie, welcome back. She's our main character for Pirouette Princess the game, and one of the main mechanics is that she spins, to like reflect bullets and all that. And to get that across the best, I'm like, she's gotta have like a big poofy skirt, so she already has that. Fun fact, Cthulhu was in D&D 1E Monster Manual Older Prints before the copyright people made their... Wow, okay. I mean, I suspected that. Like, D&D's... Most of D&D's monsters are literally from, like, actual, like, mythology and all that. A good chunk of them. And isn't literally, like, in 5e... There's the Warlock of the Great Old Ones, and they say Cthulhu. They literally say Cthulhu. You can serve Cthulhu. TV Tropes literally has a trope called Pimped Out Dress. Yes, I am aware. I know that one. I know that one. I do really like characters with, like, dresses that do so much. You know, hide bombs in it, hide rockets, hide swords, whatever you want. Hide anything, really. Hide your secrets, hide your bread. I think back in the day, people actually used to do that. They would hide bread in their skirts. I think that was a thing. Or at the very least, there was like an actual like kind of skirt attachment where you would carry bread in it. And I'm like, I do like bread. Do I want to separate this? Actually, no, let's simplify. Or actually, do we want to keep this arm or that one? Choices. I think we're gonna keep this one. I like the silhouette on that one more. yeah, so then basically you would just separate out the arms for that, and then I feel like I want another set of arms. Where a character comes out, she cleans up nicely is another trope too, where a character comes out in fancy clothing and another character compliments it. I mean, you gotta. If someone's pretty, you should compliment them. Oh, I learned okay, so this was a weird thing I picked up on when I was like visiting friends in Japan a couple weeks ago, as I said. I don't think I want other arms right now. Maybe? Actually, let's get something. Yeah, let's get like an arm out. Okay, so I wasn't complimented directly. But I was called very pretty. According to my mom, like after we left, she would tell like her mom, who was friends with my mom, as you do, childhood friends, and her daughters, and we're about the same age, blah blah blah. I have not talked to them in a very, very, very long time. But apparently she was going off about how pretty I was and how she had to keep her, like she has to like kind of like glance away whenever I looked at her because I was too pretty, and I'm like, oh yeah, you didn't have to say that much. But like a thing that she brought up with her mom apparently was like, her mom was like, why don't you just tell her that? And she was like, no, you can't do that. Like foreigners think it's like really weird when you compliment someone's appearance. And I heard that, basically a big whole telephone chain. I heard that from my mom, and I'm like, is it? I guess? So I just started thinking about that more, and I'm like, I guess technically. Basically like, within Japanese culture, it's way more casual and way more normalized for like, people, girls especially, but like I think even amongst boys, where like you would compliment someone's appearance to see that they're pretty or handsome or whatever, like you're looking good, looking cool. And then I'm just like, I guess people, like I'm in Canada, so like Canada and America, I guess people around here would find it weird, but also I'm also like, I mean, I think people should call each other pretty more often. I don't know what to tell you. I think we should make it less weird. I think people should be told they're pretty more often. Anyway, that's my story. You'll hear a lot of me just being like, oh yeah, the interesting thing about Japanese culture. Because if anime is the only thing people have of Japanese culture, which is largely fantasized and as such not entirely accurate, I will be the one to be all like, actually guys, it's like this. Because it pisses me off. I do not like it when people kind of just casually do quote-unquote Japanese culture that's often portrayed in, it's usually just what's portrayed in anime, and I'm like, I'll kill you. I had to deal with too many weebs in my life, and I'm not taking that anymore. I'm done. Is my music still going? No, okay, it is going. It's just like weirdly soft. I think it comes out alright on you guys' end. But on my end, I'm like, where's all the sound? What lengths did I basically mean? Yeah, it's like right above the knee. Anyway, if you're ever should be bigger like flowing, that's up to you. I'm assuming you're drawing right now, and if you are drawing, I think you should do whatever you want. Don't let me dictate whatever you're doing. But if you're ever on like Japanese artists' Twitter, or I guess Blue Sky now, because like quite a number of them have moved over. Not a whole lot, but a couple. Enough for me. If you ever see kind of like a character illustration and you see the words like HO1 or HO something else, that's probably a character or an NPC they made for a Call of Cthulhu game. I don't remember what the HO stood for. I don't remember what it stood for, but basically it was a way to kind of like number characters in Call of Cthulhu. So if you ever see that on a Japanese illustrator's post for a character, that's what it means. It means you found a Call of Cthulhu drawer and participator and player. That's how you can find them. I'm telling you the ways. Yeah, I'm almost out of tea. So we are heading up on my usual break time pretty soon. I want to try and finish this sketch, because if I can finish this sketch, then we could basically move right in onto like the actual rendering part of these sprites, and I would love to be able to do that. I'll probably sketch out the other body first, but that's the gist of it. It's still perfect the way I draw it. Ah, thanks. But yeah, no, I'm like, if you're talking about me going flowy, I'm definitely not for Adi here, because Adi is on roller skates. Adi's on roller skates and she's very active. It will not work out for her if she was wearing any kind of skirt longer than like past her knees. Hence, she's basically like at the knees. there's a different character in Pirouette Princess who has way more of like an actual dress look. Because her whole deal allows her to not worry about that. Doesn't need to worry about it. What's her name? Addie! With Addie. That's her name. That's the name of our main character in Pirouette Princess. I'm not gonna reveal why she's named that way quite yet. I want to see if people can figure it out first, because there is a reason. And people are not gonna figure it out until like the game's out. As is the nature of this. Okay, do I need to go a little bit smaller on this foot? Probably. Okay, smaller, but also I need to actually bring this down more. Her foot is a little bit too flat. There we go, that's a little bit better. That's close for how much time do we got? I got a minute. Oh, I could easily, yeah, let's get this one done. Let's go. Okay, then it's while we're counting down to like the actual launch of the Kickstarter, I really am excited to kind of show off like her concept art stuff. I did save it all so I can like show it off, because I think the way Addie kind of changed and evolved, it's not actually a lot. She's very close to what her initial like first couple sketches were, but I really enjoy showing off the kind of process of like actually making her into reality. Because that's kind of the moment you realize that like, oh, a lot more thought goes into this than you first think. There's a different character in the roster that I'll be showing off at some point too. That was also very... She was so difficult for me to design. Like, I could not get a good handle of her for so long. And then I finally hit. I was like, this is her. And I really want to show that off. So I could be like, guys, it's okay to struggle. If you struggle for a little bit, you'll cook eventually. You'll cook, and it'll be so cool. Do I want to flare it up like that? I don't think so, actually. I don't think she's ever in actual action. So we're actually gonna bring it down. I want to get someone to draw cheapest of all the characters on the channel, at least the D&D ones. Look, if it's for the channel, and I'm involved, I'm more than willing to do discounts. Also, when it comes to chibis, I actually do like real, like way cheaper anyway. Like, I'm so willing to do so. Probably ideally not right now, just because I'm busy with a video game. right. I definitely can basically just get this done in a couple minutes. Yeah, I did that in like 4 minutes. Alright. Ah, there goes my tea. You were good while it lasted. Alright, so, I'm still feeling pretty dang good for streaming, but I am gonna take a break right here. I'll come back in about 30 minutes. So in the meantime, you guys should also get break, eat something, drink something, that's very important. And then I'll come back and just get on with the actual finishing process of this. So, I'll be seeing you guys all then, where I will continue to brain rot more about tabletop games and Japanese culture, especially in regards to Call of Cthulhu. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a bit. We're back. All right. Let's get back into this. Now let's get into some actual line arting. First, do I actually want to go with the full bodies? Or do I want to keep this? Because, okay, so if we have like our UI reference. I accidentally forgot I need to change the shape and size of this one too. Hope y'all had a good break. I had a snack, and the snack was tasty, and my dog is still sleeping under the bed. Okay, so how do we, okay. So if we actually compare it to the UI, she is a little bit big. Sort of. Actually might be, yeah, actually it's actually pretty okay. So if we bring her all the way down to here, it means that we cut. Should we might as well do full body? Cause it doesn't, the amount of line art I'd be doing anyway isn't that different, but also I want to keep this consistent. So, alright, what we're gonna do. Okay, we will cut it off there. We will cut it off there and we'll see how we feel about it. So first off, we start off with getting our head pieces in place. Oh, and there goes Tammy. There goes Tammy. She has left. Tammy has left the room. Okay. Okay, what's the actual sprite size? That I want for this. Let's adjust the width now. Can we see all the arms? I need to seal the arms. Oh, okay, so we're gonna need to actually bring them out a little more. Okay, yeah, center more like that. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Alright, and we start with just the head. Alright, let's begin. I'm just super tired. I'm gonna go for now. I'm just super tired. I mean, do it fair. Fair. We all tired. Get rest. Don't burn out. Words of wisdom. So bye. See you around, Evie. If I remember correctly, I enjoyed going a little bit crunchy for the liner when I do anything for Pirouette Princess. The question is, what kind of crunchy was I again? I don't think it was super crunchy. That's a decent amount of crunch, but I think this is the smoother crunch you want. We can adjust the line art size later. It seems there were questions outside my room about whether the dog's gonna come back into my room or not. She chose not. I think. I don't think she's down there. She always sneaks past me whenever I don't notice. By the way, I suddenly remember this. If you ever want to experience kind of Japanese style of Call of Cthulhu without actually playing because you don't understand the language, there are actually like some visual novels that have been translated that are Call of Cthulhu based. As in, like, I think a lot of them are like based off of modules, mostly just because like I recognize the name and I'm like, oh, I think this was an actual module that they turned into like a visual novel game. The one that I played and I did really like is called Lunatic Whispers, and I do think that does a pretty good job of helping give the idea of what that style of game is usually like. It's more obvious with the aesthetics. The aesthetics are the most notable thing, I would say, that makes the genre stand out. So a visual novel would get you a pretty good idea, like, yeah, no, this is definitely modern world. Even if it's not like super modern, you're looking at least 2000s. Which is modern enough for me. Do we know what year range we call modern now? I'm still thinking the 2000s. Like early 2000s still are considered modern. Even though I know a lot of things from that era are considered retro. You know, like Tamagotchis are retro. The DS is retro. I shouldn't be saying these things. I'm gonna age myself by so much. Also, I believe they did a couple more, like, sequels and things like that to Lunatic Whispers that I also want to play, but I haven't yet. I feel like we're getting into the kind of boring part of all this, but like, unfortunately, work eventually becomes boring. I mean, it's fun to me. I don't know if it's fun to watch or listen to when I'm mostly just silent. But I do my best. Okay, now I gotta remember how I did my actual rendering for a Pirouette Princess official art. I need to bring one of those up for reference. This one. You can't really see it on screen because my chat's blocking it. Okay, so I did kind of do my standard style. Alright. Okay, let's get the actual line art consistent. Because right now it's a little bit static. It's a little static. It's a little ugly. What line would... I think I usually did 3, right? Yeah, then from there I would adjust it. Yeah, 3 is my base. Reminder that Clip Studio, if you draw in vector, you can do so many neat things. You can change the line shape. Change the line art. However you want. And that's why I tend to draw in vector these days. Because in Clip Studio, if I decide I don't like it, I can just super easily change it instead of crying every single time about how I used the wrong brush and I should have used a different one. Actually, eyes would be slightly different, but it's easier to fix them with adjustments rather than overall line width. Okay, now let's get into the actual adjustments. We want lines to be dynamic. we might be able to go thinner. I think we might be able to go overall thinner. Yeah, 2.5 does seem to be our ideal point. Whoops, don't do that. I probably should say this is the actual real boring part. Just the line thickness adjustments. This is how that makes things look slightly nicer. You don't notice. Most people don't notice. But I do. And your brain did too. Your brain will notice when it's slightly off because of inconsistent lines. Instead of changing the overall line width for this, we're just gonna go with adjusting it here. let's do overall. Okay, for a second I thought this was gonna crash and I was gonna cry, but we did not crash, so that's good. It does appear that my computer is trying to do some funky things, though. Hopefully, it doesn't cause too many problems. Don't do that, don't do that, don't move that. You don't need to move that. I don't like it when you randomly start moving things. I think that's everything for the head. Yeah, that's all my line art. Which then means I just need to get into coloring the pieces. I think, yeah, I want to get the flat colors in here before. I don't want to do full render, not yet. I kind of want the rest of the body before I do rendering so I can actually compare it and make sure it doesn't look insane crazy. Okay, now in terms of color, there is a specific way I set up my layers, and that's I separate each color. I separate each color into their own layers so I could do fancy gradient stuff afterwards, easier, without needing to like select the specific color I want and all that. And if I do them all in the same layer, everything else becomes a pain. Okay, now where am I? Where's my flat colors for her? There they are. Oh yes, and I have a neat little tool that I downloaded. I'm pretty sure it's free. Where as long as you have the line art layer referenced in your layer settings, I just do like a lasso and it will just fill it in, and it does a really good job of doing that. Pretty damn good job of doing that. Okay, for a second I thought I somehow got Professor Layton music in here, and I was a little bit confused, but no, it just sounds a little bit like Professor Layton. Which I do like Professor Layton's soundtrack. I think it is very jazzy. We could add the gradients right now. I do enjoy adding gradients. I do get some great fun out of that. And then there is a specific thing I do with a liner. And that is I do partially color these parts. I only color in parts of the liner where they overlap. I feel like it kind of helps blend each element a little better. Makes it look nice. Makes it look sleeker. Ah, so that's what happened. Okay. We gotta thicken this at least a little more. And that's better. I guess I'm not just gonna be bothered by that forever. Man, we're laying folders within folders within folders. Oh, what great fun. For the head, considering the bow is right there, I probably shouldn't actually have that color. Yeah, no, that blends in better. Doesn't come out as obvious. I hope that sound didn't bother people, but I crack my bones quite often as I stretch out. I shrimp too much. I need to not shrimp. But I get so focused, I end up shrimping. I have to lock in somehow. is this one messed up too? Probably. Yep. I think I just need that much. Gets it, yep. Alright. It's starting to look so nice. I don't really have anything to color with some of these. And I think typically when I'm rendering, I just color the inside all black, right? Oh, a little bit. Not completely. When it is relevant. I wonder if I could get all of the flag colors done for the head today. Because because I'm thinking on ending at about 5 o'clock, maybe 5:30, which is soon. And at my current pace, I think I can do that, because I'm an insane person. Oh, the dogs are yelling now. I don't know what's going on. Oh, wait, I noticed a mistake. There's a mistake and I found it. Yay! I hate when I zoom in and I see so many more mistakes I never expected, even though when no one will actually notice. No one will notice. It is only I that will notice. Always and forever. Go blue. I think I'm gonna go blue leaning on this. Whoops. Let's get the eyes first. Actually, we should probably add another layer for the whites of the eye. has returned. So Tammy has returned. Oh man, we're almost done. Almost done with the face. I believe all we have left now are the eyebrows. Eyebrows and their faces done. Yay! Whoa, 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 what did you do? Oh no, come here, what did you do? Oh, okay, we're fine. No, I haven't clicked wrong buttons. Panic. Oh my god. We did it! That's the face! With the basic flat colors. Yay! And then from here, we basically would just be... the head's basically done, so we would just be moving on to doing the liner and the flat colors for the body and adjusting things as we go. Because I know when looking at the sketch like this, it does seem like her head's a little too small, but knowing how I draw, most likely I'll end up adjusting the body to the head rather than increasing the size of the head, because if I increase the size of the head, everything's gonna go wrong, mostly. They are vector lines though, so it wouldn't be as bad as it is. But I think we could get away with going a little, actually I think more than anything, rather than smaller, we're gonna end up, yeah, there it is, lowering it. Yeah. Actually, does it look okay when I increase this? Oh yeah, no, still looks pretty okay. Still looks, yes, no, still looks pretty crisp. I think we can intensify the blush a little more. Yeah. Look at that. A little cutie. Alright. Now look at that. I've got quite a bit of time to spare. Meh. I'm so tired now. Okay, I got to a pretty good point today. My Thursday is actually free this week, so I actually might end up streaming again Thursday, right about the same time. We'll see, as long as nothing else comes up. Because I do enjoy working like this. I just do enjoy talking with chat. With all the crazy things y'all say. And I like showing off the work that I do. And man, yeah, no. Also, just being on stream, also I feel like forces me to be better. The sprites right now in the demo version of the game, at least to me, is very rushed. Because it is. But then when I have eyes on me, well, I gotta make sure I live up to people's expectations, you know? So, all right. Okay, so that'll be it for today. We got the headpiece done. Which means we're basically a third of the way through of Addie's new sprites. Which is very good. Actually, if we keep going at this pace, the next time I stream this, it should get fully done. Or at the very least, like the liner and the flat colors will get fully done. Rendering with like shading and highlight is like a whole other deal. It's a whole other deal. But like, you know, we'll figure it out. We'll have a good time. So, with that, thank you everyone who came by, hearing me ramble, but also just chilling over here and drawing and chatting it up. One day I'll figure out how to get all the chat up on screen so it doesn't just look like I'm being a weirdo talking to imaginary people, but I guess I am technically. Yeah. So, with that, thanks for coming on over. This is Animaloftheelements. If you want to, as I said in the beginning, the pre-launch for the Kickstarter for Pirouette Princess, which is basically like the art. I've been working on the art for it this whole stream. The pre-launch is up. If you're on YouTube, the link to that pre-launch should be up in the description. But if you follow me on Blue Sky, you can also find the little game studio that we have built for it called Friend Rice Studios on Blue Sky and Instagram. I'll have the link up to that momentarily, but it's Pirouette Princess on Kickstarter. It is a magical girl bullet hell shooter with some heavier narrative compared to what you might expect for a shooter game. So, if you're interested in that, please check it out. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all later in another time. Bye.